I'm offering to you a business proposal. My new weight loss methods are at your disposal. For pennies a day, get your college diploma and miracle pills found to cure melanoma. So tell me if you are a small business owner, because I am offering free ink and toner. I've got oxycodone without a prescription and Ravka watches with custom inscriptions. My name is Juanita, I'm young and I'm only for $100 in USD only. Get discount Levitra and discount Cialis. I'm here in Nigeria, alone in my palace. I need you to save me, I have too much money. The government hates me, but I know you love me. I'm desperate and wealthy and single and Christian. You're all I have left, and I pray that you'll listen to one weird tip discovered by a mom. A weird old tip discovered by a mom. And you can own your name.com. And you can own your name.com. And you can own your name.net. With all the action, you're gonna get self-help talks on CD-ROM. And one weird trick discovered by a mom. Jessica Landon tagged you in a photo, and Danny Malone shared a link on your timeline. And Benjamin Keaton is following you, and your dad commented on a photo you're tagged in. And Christopher Washington wants to be friends, and Michelle Attenborough suggested you like Attenborough Productions. Lillian Berry invited you to a performance. I'm sorry, my name is Juanita, I'm young and I'm only for $100 in US. You only get a discount Levitra and discount Cialis. I'm here in Nigeria, alone in my palace. I need you to save me, I have too much money. The government hates me, but I know you love me. I'm desperate and wealthy, I'm single and Christian. It's simple and safe, it's a foolproof system. One weird trick discovered by a mom. A weird old tip discovered by a mom. And you can own your name.com. And you can own your name.com. And you can own your name.net. With all the action, you are gonna get self-help talks on CD-ROM. And one weird trick discovered by a mom. Once money tired on the trick, for $100 in USD only. Get discount feature and discount Cialis. I'm here in Nigeria, I'm known in my palace. I need you to save me, I have too much money. The government hates me, but I know you love me. I'm desperate and wealthy, I'm single and Christian. You're all I have left, I pray that you'll listen. My name is Juanita, I'm young and I'm only for $100 in USD only. Get discount feature and discount I'm offering to you a business proposal, my new weight loss methods. There is anger in this country. It fills the hearts of these people. Eating with anger, dancing with anger, falling in love with each other with anger. When a man and a woman hate each other very much, they make love angrily like birds of prey and Africanized bees. And with a little bit of luck they'll conceive. They will conceive an evil baby. 9 horrible months, and then she is born into a world that doesn't want her, a beautiful girl. She's screaming already, she's learning to walk, walking with anger. She's learning to talk, she says she hates you. She wants you to pay for bringing her here. You've never been chased by a baby before. You secretly wish she had never been born. You secretly wish you hadn't bought her a gun. What were you thinking? But now it's too late. She fires her gun, now there's a hole in your face. You hate to show weakness in front of your child, but sooner or later everybody must die by the hand of their own evil baby. You realize this now, it makes you feel exploding in love. We're completely normal, throwing bottles at God. You did this to us, why did you do this to us? We're angry people with financial problems, making evil babies with guns. It's completely normal, everything's completely normal. We're angry people, exploding in love. We're completely normal, throwing bottles at God. You did this to us, why did you do this to us? We're angry people with financial problems, making evil babies with guns. It's completely normal, everything's completely normal. We're angry people, exploding in love. We're completely normal, throwing bottles at God. You did this to us, why did you do this to us? We're angry people with financial problems, making evil babies with guns. It's completely normal, everything's completely normal. Put on your glasses, get your calculator. There's too many people drinking too much water, overpopulating every jurisdiction. The phones are ringing simultaneously. 1-800 number, let it go to voicemail. If it's not important, don't leave a message. I mean, we're normal people, too busy to talk. At the supermarket, buying bottles of water. The big one's coming, I hope you have a basement. Take off your glasses, let me see your eyes. They're red and bloodshot, exactly like mine. It's completely normal, everything's completely normal. We're angry people, exploding in love. We're completely normal, throwing bottles at God. You did this to us, why did you do this to us? We're angry people, turning into tigers. We're angry people, turning into wolves. We're angry people, turning into tigers. We're angry people, turning into wolves. We're angry people, turning into tigers. We're angry people, turning into wolves. We're angry people, turning into tigers. We're angry people, turning into wolves. We're angry people, turning into tigers. We're angry people.
Okay. Let's try it. Exegriff, the Rail of Adamant. Annihilate all who oppose me.
Hey, nice.
So what exactly happened with the formerly pink window over there? Now it's got these sinister orange flames and an enormous pact of punishment hanging ominously over the exit. Father stopped by?
Pal, I don't know a thing about it, honest. I was just minding my own business when all of a sudden, wham! I get hit right in the back. I fall to pieces, no idea what's going on. When I finally come to, the window job was done.
As likely an explanation as any, I guess. Let's see what happens.
I understand you nearly reached the surface lately, Zagreus. My confidence remains unshaken that you shall get out of there eventually. No matter what sorts of unknown horrors lie shrouded beyond the boundary there.
More trouble. Mine now. Nothing.
You're going to love it on Olympus, little godling. The air is beautiful and brisk, the gardens lush, the feasting plentiful. Why, it must be the opposite of everything to which you are accustomed.
Come on, then. This one.
step till you arrive here, Zagreus. Then I will probably ignore you like the rest. Just warning you ahead of time, all right?
I'm sure Lady Athena won't mind.
All right, you sneak. Stay out of my way next time. Levin. That's a relief.
Caught me on a break again.
You ever meet Alecto, Sisyphus? The Fury Megara's nastier sister? We recently became acquainted, she and I.
Ah, fortunately I've not seen too much of her myself, Prince said. And based on everything that I've seen and heard, I'd like to keep it that way for a while. I hope she doesn't cause you too much trouble there. Here you are.
Cheers, mate.
So long, Magnus.
More witches? Don't come back.
Lucifer Artemis has shown you favor, has she? The little scamp. She seldom shows respect to anyone, not even me. But I'll enhance her blessing nonetheless.
That is private property. You waste my time.
Excellent. Charon's shop. I'll take this one. Hey, Charon. If there happens to be something really horrible awaiting me beyond that door, then give me a sign, won't you? Great. Time for Tisiphone, maybe? Sure enough.
Murder! Murder! Murder!
I was really hoping we could change the subject. Please?
Murderer! Murderer!
I'm innocent. That's mine.
Hi, I am Burp and I like nothing more than a nice glass of cold plain milk.
Well, I kind of expected that. I knew the risk and I took it. Here I am.
Hi, I'm here now. Billy Graf got timed out for 624,678 seconds. Yeah, so weak. It's just really funny because it showed the seconds to me, and it made me laugh. Blasted in the next week. Happy New Year! Oh. How goes it, gamers?
No, I didn't see you coming in.
Well, I did.
I'm doing great now, that's good. Is this still your first run of the day, or are you on a different run?
Might help. So much for Tartarus. Change of scenery, at least.
Rebels, that's just me and your walls. Don't worry about it. I just like crawling around in the walls. It's fun. You'll find out eventually.
Here they come. Incoming. Oh, okay. No, it's here repeated. Hold on, I'll fix it. You can talk now. Choco?
Hi.
Hi.
I was trying to record not open by the way, so I was server muted in two senses of the word.
Oh, that was funny.
How are you doing?
I'm doing good.
What a good omen.
Mhm.
Good to hear you doing well. I am in a very, very good mood. I just moved out of my workspace. It was like really cluttered before, but now it's not.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, I've got like, it's weird. I can like move my arm around my desk and not hit like a envelope.
Only one. Yeah, he joined and I saw server muted. I was like, oh wait, hold on a minute.
I was like,
Also,
there was like
check.
this, yeah, there's this
That can.
Diet Pepsi.
Hell yeah.
So there's like this weird lid thing that my brother had on the desk because my brother and I share a room. He's usually out of it though, which is why I can say things like Diet Pep on stream. But he had like a weird lid thing here, and originally I just put it on top of like a candle lid that we also had here for some reason because it like was like symmetrical. But then I realized, oh shit, I can use this as a coaster. That's what I'm doing now. Now I got no water stains. What am I drinking? I'm drinking Diet Pepsi.
Diet Pepsi?
Diet Pepsi. I've been drinking a lot of like Diet Coke and Diet Pepsi recently. Not really because I like it. I would prefer to just have like regular. I almost said raw Coke and raw Pepsi.
Raw.
I think raw Coke is like coca leaf. And it's just like cocaine. And but like diet stuff is all we really have in the house. So, I was talking today about Club Penguin.
Uh-huh.
And I was thinking about playing it again. Especially since we only got 2 more days to do it.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, because Flash is going to be removed.
I don't like that thought. Continue. Does Club Penguin... didn't they get, like... shut down?
They did. A number of years back. And, they did, like, a Club Penguin rewritten.
I thought that was, like, also shut down. I guess not, because I can't find the website right now.
I think there were 2 different, like, fan servers of Club Penguin, and one of them was shut down. But I played Club Penguin as recently as like 6 days ago, roughly speaking.
Man, I wonder... I want them to be able to like archive this stuff. It just really sucks that like Adobe's like, yeah, iFlash. Because like...
I think there is an archive.
For Club Penguin?
Oh, for Club Penguin? I don't know. I don't think the server's gonna get shut down. I think it may very well also just shift over to HTML5.
Well, I know like coolmathgames.com has all of their like stuff on HTML5 already.
Yeah, and I believe HomestarRunner.com also has some stuff on HTML5. Plus, there are some browsers you can get that just will still let you use Flash.
Yeah.
You just won't have like Chrome extensions.
Sharpen my senses.
What if I did a stream where we played Club Penguin?
Yo, honestly, I'd be so down. I am so passably good at
Easy does it.
at the Pizzatron minigame.
Oh my god, that was so much fun.
Yeah.
Fuck it, we might go do that later. If we do that, you're required to be on stream.
Oh, absolutely, I will be on stream. Would this be like tonight, or would this be like?
Either tonight or tomorrow.
Okay.
I don't know.
At some point, either tonight or tomorrow night, I do have to play the Friday the 13th. Friday the 13th.
Try it again.
Friday the 13th game. With some of my friends in college.
Okay.
Because I bought it for them. And get my
I used to play so much Club Penguin back in the day.
I played a decent amount of Club Penguin back in the day, but where my interests really lied was Toontown.
I never actually touched Toontown.
Yo, honestly, if you want to play Toontown sometime, I would be more than happy to show you around. I was super into it this summer. Like, Toontown was like a daily activity from like June to September for me of this year. I finally quote-unquote beat it. Which I had never done as a kid, so that's fun. Well, beat it insofar as I fought the final boss and finished like the circuit of tasks, so. That's something I always saw the ads for, once for, but never did. You should honestly look into it. It is very fun. It is a little grind heavy.
Name already taken. Sorry. I'm setting up an account right now. Apparently astronomical is already taken.
I mean, astronomical is an adjective.
Yeah, but with the A, it's like, it's different.
Okay.
What do you mean it's already? I'm going to fight this goddamn website.
Did someone else already do it with the 2 L's?
I can't fit the 2 L's, I don't think. Yeah, I can only fit the 1. Because it's 4 to 12 letters.
What if you did an ice pun? Architectonomical. Get it?
Yeah, hold on, I'm actually trying that. Hey, it fucking worked.
Epic and awesome and cool.
Where to?
We have I just remembered the communal webkins account thing.
Yo, with the... We should really, like, go through... I already said this, but, like, we should go through those, like, decks to make sure that there's, like, no repeats.
Yeah, we'll probably do that sometime
Another
soon.
good look for you, I see, Bone Hydra.
It's like, in my experience, like, it can be funny, like, the first time it happens, and then the rest of it is just like, like, you just realize, like, oh, we have an unplayable game. Sorry, I had to let it. an instinctual subconscious reminder to our audience. One of my comments.
I don't want to join the official Club Penguin Discord just to see if they've said anything about, like the Flash stuff. But I'm not also doing anything on their community page.
Just to see if they said anything about me. I'm a very interesting person.
Man, it's weird looking at this again.
Yeah. Oh, what's also really cool about it being a fan server is that they can pay for membership for Redfall.
Yeah, it's all like all free now.
Yeah, because if it wasn't, then Disney would have never written like a super weird shit out of it. And even then, sometimes they'll just do that anyway. Sucks that I never got that golden Viking helmet though. That was like a super treasure thing that you could have on Club Penguin. It was one of those things that you could only get like clicking a secret part of the shop menu on a certain launcher.
No, wait, hold on.
What was up?
It's like Club Penguin.
You put Club Penguin?
People are ready.
On one hand, I'm tempted to also go into Club Penguin. On the other hand, I feel like that would really be taking away from the stream we're currently participating in.
Oh, yeah, there's a stream. Hi.
Hades.
I'm just here to exist.
Fucking probably Club Penguin. Server are you in? Are you in a server?
Hello?
Hello?
Sorry, I just started remembering the fucking Wonder Woman scene that we were talking about last night.
Flat top.
So for anyone that doesn't know,
down.
for anyone that doesn't know, there's one of the opening scenes in Wonder Woman 84.
Terrible movie, by the way.
It's not good. It's anyways. There's this opening scene where it's like these robbers are going through a mall, and this one dude's like, "I'm not going back." And he grabs a kid and like holds her over the ledge. Like on one of the upper floors, and there's this other dude like that's also one of the robbers that's like across like the balconies and everything. He's only referred to as Flat Top. And his acting is not good.
Put the kid back.
Says it exactly like that. Like,
give me a second.
It's just really bad, and we were watching. We kept, yeah. It was so bad. Anyway, It was just like how he talked. It was like, listen to me, and we were fucking losing our minds over it last night. Don't watch that movie. This is my official unendorsement of it.
You can... Okay, the second scene in Wonder Woman 84 is the only scene worth watching. Cause the actual opening scene is just like a 10-minute action sequence with like young Wonder Woman. It's really boring.
Yeah, it's really boring. I forgot it happened.
Most of the movie's really boring.
What was it?
Except for, of course, Black Top.
Oh,
that case, man?
Flat Top is my favorite DC character.
The way that he screams with like no, like the kid goes no.
Oh god, that's a bad movie.
It's laughably terrible.
Pedro Pascal is the saving grace.
Yes, Pedro Pascal is fantastic, but that's almost unfair to say because he's good in like everything he does.
What?
I'm rich.
Dad, why are you laughing at me?
Yeah, well, he was like the only good part about the movie.
So now
God.
My friend's saying hi, by the way, Dad. He waved.
Yeah. I think that's fair. That's true, yeah.
What was that? Hasn't it been like 24 hours or something like since I last even thought about Flat Top? No, I cannot stop.
It's not even been 24 hours. We like started talking about it at like 9 p.m. last night. At the very least, it was probably 10.
Yeah, that sounds right. So that
We lost our minds for like 30 minutes straight over just that.
I'm still losing my mind over it.
We replayed the scene like 10 times, at the very least.
You get the gist.
Flat Top will return in Avengers Endgame.
God. They have dialogue if you skip their dialogue?
I'm honestly thinking about like whether or not that movie is worth watching as like a so bad it's good movie.
I don't think so.
Yeah, it's just if it were like an hour shorter, which it really should be, then
yeah. Yeah.
But it's like 2.5 hours.
it overstays its welcome a little bit, I think.
It overstays its welcome a lot of it. Like,
Yeah,
for the first hour and a half, nothing happens.
Yeah, absolutely nothing.
Kristen Wiig's character does two things, and then doesn't do anything of substance for the rest of the movie.
Should help keep me going.
She does two things, and then she turns into a cat girl.
Oh yeah.
It was the weirdest fucking thing. I mean, like, she wished at one point, like, when Pedro Pascal's character was, like, doing, like, the speech for that, she, like, said something, like, right before that on the plane, she says something about, like, I want to be, like, an apex predator. And so that's what it was, but it's still really fucking weird.
That was apex, like...
Is it? Oh, okay. Yeah. There was a jump there for sure. I was telling Coco last night, because we were talking about it, and like how they show like the winged armor that like Wonder Woman wears, like yeah. Like, it was just as bad. I don't know if anyone else can hear you because you're all the way over there and your mic doesn't pick you up that far away.
Hearing like maybe like one out of every word.
Yeah. But we were just saying that in like how like this armor like gets described as like the best in the world, an entire army can take it down, and then fucking Cheetah Girl over here like just it destroys it in 30 seconds.
Yeah, and if I could just be like the bad guy for a short amount of time, it doesn't even make sense in the lore, like DCU. Because like you're telling me that Cheetah Girl cannot like can get through what can be a match for Wonder Woman at her full powers with this like super armor. But Wonder Woman on her own with no super armor, like decades later, can hold her own against like Steppenwolf from Justice League.
Yeah.
That does not make sense.
It just did. I don't know.
The only reason I even care about the DCU lore is just because Shazam was really good.
Yeah. I will be right back. I'm gonna go make my toast for dinner.
I love
Be back in a few.
Good enough.
So then I'll just keep waiting here. Be gone from here. We've nothing to do.
Thanks.
for sale. Mm-hmm. Rematch?
Ah, you are just in time, fiend from lowest depths. Asterius and I have trained extensively since our last skirmish here.
So all you do here in Elysium is train for martial competition. You're constantly awaiting your next fight to the death.
And who are you to judge, you misbegotten, shameful, unfilial maggot? It is an honor to have the opportunity to spend my afterlife perpetually standing in your ruinous path. Too slow.
On the server, Prince.
See that cooldown? Please hold your applause. Got them again, my shade.
Thank you. Could you mute him again?
No, no. Hello. Oh, oh, there goes Coco. Hello, everybody. Hello.
Thank you.
Is just out for blood today.
Can wash away my boons.
Alright,
So close.
But Hyrule Warriors is fun. I've been fixated on that game for the past few days.
No more death.
It's very
with
fun.
At least. Something I can use? Why not?
I haven't actually played Hyrule Warriors.
Oh, it's really good. I don't know. I haven't played the first one. I do know there's a definitive edition out for this, which I'm pretty sure. And then Age of Calamity is the new one that I'm playing.
Oh yeah. It's like a Dynasty Warrior spinoff, technically, right?
Hello.
I guess. I never knew about Dynasty Warrior.
Never the same development. I forget.
Omega Force? Snow is Omega Force in that sense.
need.
Sorry if I'm staying a little quiet.
This ought to help for sure.
I am playing the Pizza Strong video game thing. It is taking up 100% of my attention.
No, that's fair. I've never played Pokemon, and like it's still like active and everything. Oh, okay. That makes sense.
You have to make 40 minutes. I got like a silence
What do we have here? Enough of this place. I'm back. Oh. Some of those urns have coin in them, don't they? Found it fast this time. Thought I won't miss a couple coins. Now for
Could they
a
make you
chapel
like heal up
service.
before you leave the chamber? Because I would probably forget. Childhood game.
Thank you, mate.
A shrewd expenditure of wealth is sometimes
I have a lot
all
of
that
those.
stands between a victory and sore defeat. Isn't that right, cousin?
Your childhood game. There's a lot of fun with the Bloons tower defense games.
Oh.
Vigilant Cerberus.
Slight Horror is definitely a lot for me too.
Thank you, boy.
All three of them, really, but mostly 1 and 3. I'm told Sly 2 is the best one, but I shared the PS2 with my brother. If you've played Sly 2, you know that there's only one file, so I couldn't exactly go back and play it myself.
I guess there's only one thing left to do. Isn't that so, Father?
This cold white
Rayman
substance
2
falling
was really
slowly
good.
from the heavens.
I played that.
Snow, they call it.
That was my first game,
Look
actually.
carefully upon each fleck. Tiny
I think mine
crystals,
was
but structurally weak.
Lego Batman for the DS.
They melt. This surface realm, it is held up by mine.
Wait, Astra, I had one
If
of
you're
those
quite
too.
finished teaching
The
me about the
SpongeBob
snow
play things.
phenomenon, can we get on
Mine
with
had a bunch
brutally
of
trying to kill
Nickelodeon
each
games
other
on it. I
here?
had like one that was set to like Channel Chasers.
You
which
wish to
was
have
really
your
out there.
mortal colored blood
They had, like,
spill
a rocket
once
power
again
game.
upon this bed of snow, then fine. Let us proceed.
I did have a plug and play as a kid. It was like a slot machine sort of thing.
Darkness. Now. Darkness. Darkness.
I know where you are.
Darkness.
Yeah, that one.
Darkness.
I also remember I had this it was like a mini pinball machine. It was like Pokemon themed, but instead of actual pinballs, it was like a system of light that would act like a pinball. It's really interesting.
You're merely stalling, boy.
Spike Box.
Darkness. Darkness.
I just found the one.
My protection.
Darkness.
But I might just buy it.
Darkness. Prepare.
Back when Pokemon Heart Gold Darkness came out, I got the Pokewalker, the pedometer that came with the game. That's what I spent a lot of my time on, sort of wrecking up steps and stuff.
Stretches and fights with the
remember that. I
ferocity
remember
with which you
one
once
time-
clung to your meager lives.
This kid. Because that was a while ago.
Yeah, that was, I think,
That was
09, 10.
Yeah, I was like 14. I remember one of my friends had one. And it was like testing his backpacks as if she could see like
sound better? Do I sound more clear, or?
Yeah.
Epic. Okay, I was at. Once I can speak up again, I've been changing. I was at 80% input. I'm now at 100. So. Oh man. But yeah, I honestly really want to play Rayman 2 again. I just don't know where to do that. I had a CD-ROM of it that I bought kind of recently. I bought it in like 2016.
Got you.
Or 2017 or something.
Now
and
that
then
we
I lost
had
it.
our little warm-up, it is time that we began in earnest.
And it didn't really work on my desktop at the time anyways. And it definitely wouldn't work on my laptop because it doesn't have a CD drive.
This one was a bitch, but the fight music was hard, dude.
I have something for you.
Points at the boss you're fighting. That's the name of the game.
Hades. I wonder how people get this far, like, at least in the boss fight, without using the shield to basically block everything. Like, people have done it with, like the bow, I forget the name of it.
I don't understand that. I don't understand why people like Mario Sunshine as much as they do. I think it's alright.
I just recently played Mario Sunshine, with Mario 3D All-Stars, which I finally came to bought. It's definitely a game. I do like it, but not one of the best.
Yeah, and like I can see the appeal. It's just kind of not my thing.
Yeah, I understand. I missed out on a lot of games by not having a game too. I missed out on Melee and Wind Waker, which I also played recently. Which I really wish I played sooner because I'm a big nerd for Zelda lore.
Valid. I was able to play a handful of good games on my Wii. Because I had one of the Wii's that had like backwards compatibility.
Yeah.
So I do have Melee, Luigi's Mansion, and Kirby Air Ride.
Yeah, the one that had backwards compatibility was one of the older ones, right? Like the older one too?
I believe so.
Yeah.
I got it not too soon after it came out, I think.
I have one of those, but the thing is that the disk drive doesn't work, so I can't play any disc games, so now I just use it game got downloaded on the shop. Yeah, and but I do have another one that works with Sith games, but that one's one of the newer models, which doesn't have backwards compatibility, so that may be really sad. Because I found that out basically with hardware. It's a shame.
What is nice is that I have on my Wii, I can play any of the first 3 Smash games.
No matter how
Did
many
you
times
just
you
beat
beat me,
Hades with
we
1
are
HP?
family. There's no escaping that.
That's fucking amazing. Nice.
That I'm going to assume that's impressive because I don't know a lot about this game, but congrats anyways.
Good.
You shall soon follow.
It's 1 health. Yeah, which is I don't think it was an unfair assumption for me to make.
In my father's name.
Oh, there was still 1 Death Defiance left. I mean, still.
No, yeah, because I saw this happening. I didn't know if there was a limit to that, though. Oi.
Did it?
The video game. What if they came out with a Club Penguin movie?
Would the
Oh, it wouldn't be very good.
what would the overall plot be?
The plot of the Club Penguin movie is, the polar bear from the secret agent missions
I felt Aegis
gains
shudder.
the ability to time travel. And so he goes back to the creation of penguin kind.
Beyond the frozen overlook,
But
await the first glimpse of
then
the sun
he
to your
learns
left.
to love
Then onward
penguin
through the cold.
by the end of it. He's like, wow, this really is a lovely island after all. Island of penguins.
So
a club even.
Right.
And then it ends with a dance party because it's a kids' film.
I made it, Mother. Mother, I discovered how come Father
Yeah, they
led
did
you
make
to
an
believe
Angry
that I
Birds
could
movie,
not survive past birth.
That had more of like
He
a,
didn't lie to
a
you
plot
exactly. So he says.
to it.
Wait, slow down, Zagreus.
Apparently, I'm
What do
told
you
that
mean?
Angry Birds 2 was really
You told
good.
me you would not survive your birth, yet here you are.
I mean, that's
How
what I'm
wasn't
told.
that
I
a
haven't seen
lie?
it.
Persephone.
Because he thought it was the truth. The fates appointed him dominion over the entire underworld, but he would never have
Real
an
cute.
heir, so he was led to understand. He never expected me to be born, much less survive.
He never expected you to survive. Then, forgive my asking, but why did you? How did you? The Fates are not known for making mistakes when it comes to such things.
Nyx saved my life. Or gave me life, I guess. Then raised me in your absence. The Fates are her daughters, right? Maybe she persuaded them to go easier on me. She cannot say more. In any case, apparently it took her quite a while to revive me, and by then you were gone.
Nyx. Of course she was involved. I only managed to escape because of her. Then she restored my stillborn son to life and nurtured him? And I never would have known unless that child, fully grown and having learned the truth, defied his father and then found me here.
How Zachary? How come your mom lets you have 2 moms?
My mommy and my mommy and my mommy and my mommy.
Yes, although we still don't know how come Father and Nyx never sent for you. Though, let me ask you something, Mother, if you please. If you had found out that I was born and very much alive, would you have come back?
Would I have come back? To see my only child? Had I but known you lived, I would have gladly gone through hell again to see you, Zagreus. Of course I would have.
Well then, what if Father didn't want you doing that?
What if he didn't want me coming back to him? Or seeing you? Oh no, you're fading again, Zagreus. You've pushed yourself too hard. But what is it you meant by what you said?
It's just a hunch of mine. I'll be back. Father wanted her to leave, didn't he?
What? Whoa, what happened to you? You just died? You just plain died, like nothing stabbed you, bludgeoned you, poisoned you, burned you, crushed you, blew you to bits, turned you to stone, but you're back here. Must have been those natural causes mortals talk about.
Probably.
How did it go, lad? You've been gone a while. For good reason, I hope.
Death defiance, that's not supposed to happen.
I found her again, sir, and we were able to talk some more. But I have so many questions left for her, and Father's certainly not been of any help.
Well, first of all, good work. I knew you had it in you. Secondly, you know what you have to do. Go find her, for as many chances as it takes. It's not just her you've sought. It's the answers to those questions that you have.
Yes, I will.
Everything is as it always was.
Oh, come on, Serby. Hurry up and eat. This stuff can't be that bad. I mean, can it?
If I don't pet your other heads, don't bite my arm off. Deal? Quite a mess you've created, I must say, Father. After being of no help whatsoever when it comes to disentangling it all. Though this isn't the place to talk, right?
No, it most certainly is not. Though I take it shall not be long before another of our private meetings then.
Count on that.
You reached the surface.
Nyx, why did you never send word to Mother that I lived? You knew at least approximately where she went. You and Father, you could have spared her so much pain.
I swore a binding oath never to say, child. I have already circumvented it as much as can be done. Know that I acted with only her well-being in mind, as well as yours.
Let's see here. Could maybe use some rest. Nice to have my ancient legendary weapons there. Where'd Orpheus go? Since Father's not paying us any heed, what say we go with this assignment, Contractor? Here you go. I'll be on the lookout for this when I'm in the area.
Whatever are you going on about?
Hey, room, I'm back. I can't. Done.
The heavy sleeping underworld prince arises, with the feeling that the brief nap he intended as a respite from the rigors of the day or night apparently was none too brief at all.
I'm late for work. Father's going to kill me.
Responsibility-rejecting Zagreus strides down his father's hall, quite unconcerned about the urgency with which he is expected to behave under a set of circumstances such as this.
Going as fast as I can, you hurry up.
The door to the administrative chamber beckons just beyond the hall. The prince perchance believes that he may enter quietly, without drawing the notice of those laboring within.
You better not give me away, old man.
Suggest you hurry in there, lad.
Sorry.
The day or night's duties are sheer simplicity itself. At least at first, as when the prince simply signs in to signal the commencement of his shift. Ahem. Security reports concerning failed escape attempts from Tartarus require timely verification and official response, neither of which Prince Zagreus is fit to give.
That is...
Records of expired house contractor renovations line a desk in the administrative chamber, though the prince has absolutely no desire now to organize them alphabetically by date.
None whatsoever, yes.
Attendance records of the working shades who toil for the house need to be verified. The shades' due compensation rapidly approved, and yet the prince cannot remember all the necessary steps.
I haven't forgotten, no one...
The training lacking prince's efforts to administer approvals to the judgment terms ultimately leave a lot to be desired. Prince Zagreus must have some favored tasks in the administrative chamber of the house, but surely none of them include the tasks demanding his attention here.
Correct.
Supplies on all the desks in the administrative chamber must be carefully maintained and neatly placed in a specific way, which the forgetful prince has not yet memorized in full.
Ugh.
A litany of complaints submitted by restless shades across the underworld must be evaluated, organized, and processed. But Prince Zagreus does not even know where to begin.
Can't understand any of this.
Enough, boy. Wrap it up.
At last, the work-disliking prince records a summary of the results of his attempts to be of any use to the administrative needs of his grim father's house.
Okay, I'm done. So, can I go yet, Father?
Not only were you late again, but then you also failed to perform even the simplest tasks that I had asked repeatedly that you complete. How many chances do you need at this? I am too lenient with you.
Too lenient? Instead of lambasting me non-stop, have you considered maybe training me some more to do this fascinating work to your satisfaction? You'll forgive me if I didn't memorize every laborious detail the last time you performed your monologue about how all this works.
Excuse me? If I'm not mistaken, you're deflecting your incompetence toward me? As though the goddess of wisdom herself has come to aid you in your time of need. I could replace you here and now with any number of simple shades hungry to work here.
Then why don't you? I don't want any of this. I'm not the one who drew the short lot with your brothers and got stuck here forever. Why am I having to do this senseless parchment pushing for you?
Why are you stuck? You're not. You're fired. I was wrong to think you were prepared to take on any responsibility at all. And don't you ever invoke your uncles here again, or I'll have you cast into the lowest pits of Tartarus. Now get out of my administration and my sight.
At least I can't be late for that job anymore. blazes? Aegis, you are as old as time. My aspect of Aegis became stronger. Aegis, awaken.
Think you can take me, boyo?
Where's our court musician?
Hey, the pack you up. You must have done something. So the strangest thing happened while you were out, boyo. One of your weapon holder things back there, it picked up this eerie glow. Could see it from the corner of my eye.
Calm down, Skelly. I'm sure whatever it is perfectly normal for a legendary semi-sentient Titan-slaying weapon from the dawn of time.
That's just it. Those weapons of yours, they have seen some real business, pal. You're giving them a real workout, so maybe they're starting to like you or something. Loosening up a bit, you know, like you and me.
That's an imaginative theory, mate. Aegis. Grant me the aspect of chaos.
Hey, what just happened?
Live through me again.
Get the feeling I'm being watched. Sweet release. I'm alive!
My choice is made.
My foster brother's wayward son appears. I too once lost a child, Zagreus. I was quite foolish with her from the start. Her father was a base-born farm boy, worshipped me. He's gone as well, of course. Only the cold remains.
Shows up, or Demeter, she shows up, I think after the first time you reach the surface.
Where now?
Or she has a chance of showing up.
Perfect. Let's deal some death.
I sense so much death at the gates of your father's realm of late, my kin. Now I know that seems perfectly ordinary on the face of it, except there's something more. I wonder if you know the reason why.
to see you. Now you be careful out there, Highness. The kindly Megara is out for blood. She kept on groaning about the last exchange between the two of you. You must have showed her good.
I think I might have gotten lucky.
I got you covered, Prince.
Cheers, mate.
All right. Bye.
You and me. That's what you get.
Hey, hold a moment, Zagreus. I could have sworn you were so close before, but now you're back? Must have tripped up just when victory was close at hand. It happens all the time. We'll get you out of there, you'll see.
Time to hunt. Gemstones. Sure, why not?
You thief. Idiots.
Cheers. More numbskulls? Gods grant me strength. Something I need. shiny. Olympus. Extra blessing. Yes. Guessing Electo? Not quite. Let me guess. Murder? Murderer, perhaps. Lights out.
He just seems to call everyone murderer. I don't know what it is.
Always disturbing. Titan blood.
I had no idea the charge shot was this good up until now.
Maybe I should switch.
The path from Tartarus is finally laid bare, far above the heat from...
Lovely. Asphodel.
necklace for you, boss. It says, "It sure is nice up here upon this mountain, not having to escape the underworld. Come join us soon, won't you?"
Off we go. One of Charon's shops. Yum. Oh good, I love snakes.
That you've come very far indeed, nephew. Striking distance from the surface. You just keep at it like that, and with our help, we'll have you out of there for sure.
That's better.
Which is fine for some reason. I don't know, it's probably Discord or something. Program that. Also, right back. Awesome. Just put in our okay. Feeling a bit.
She's always singing.
What is it, hon? Oh no, don't tell me you've come all the way from Tartarus to ask me more about your good-for-nothing court musician friend.
Certainly not. I'm merely here for your wonderful singing, cooking, or conversational ability. Though, since you mentioned it, you seem to have a lot to say to him. Is there anything I can do?
So let me see if I understand. Orpheus blew it with me like an idiot, but now I'm supposed to be reaching out to him. Sorry, hun, but that's not happening. The two of us are finished. And you know what? I think we're finished here too, if you'll excuse me.
Ooh, that's good. See you.
This is for you. I knew that foul boat.
It's me or them. Bone Hydra. It's been too long. No more heads. I'll just tuck that away. spoons for coin. Which to choose? Should help. One more floor. Got it. Splitters. In the name of Hades. Stay dead. I bet Charon's going to want all this. One's regenerating. grow stronger. Hades. I still need these.
I shall not take up arms again, stranger. Not even against you.
Thanks a lot. Big crowd, huh?
I have recovered, as you can plainly see, monster, as has Asterius. And this time, we are filled with renewed vigor to destroy you utterly.
So we're locked in an endless cycle of violence, basically. I guess that's one way for you to pass the time here in this stodgy place.
Take that back about Elysium. Or better, I shall make you eat those careless, inappropriate remarks. Come, Asterius, to war! I see you, fiend! What now, filth? Are you prepared to be sent screaming back to the hellish darkness?
All the best cracks during the boss fights. I think that makes it a lot less painful.
shall find you anyway.
Can't just charge shot on.
Be gone, I say! Artemis!
Oh, hi, remember me?
Please, Lady Artemis! Lord Dionysus, give me strength!
I guess they're testing me.
This is absurd!
They say to never meet your heroes.
I won again, Shade, thanks to your support. Ambrosia. I'm almost out of here. Check. What's with the air up here? The fishing point. I'll pay for that. That's a bite. Looks like a gut. Which
A crudely hewn network of tunnels grows from one of the cold temple's flanks, containing vicious denizens unwelcome in this realm, even in death.
Satyr markings.
Hey,
These urns have coin in them. down the chute. Got to keep searching. Hey, a Satyr sack already. Just the foul sack I need. Could check the other passageways before I go. Thank you, mate.
The fearsome Cerberus accepts the Satyr sack.
See you, boy. I'll just keep coming back.
You know now what you're doing here is without any purpose whatsoever. Even if I don't slay you myself, you'll simply perish when you cross that threshold there. And yet you still persist.
I do. Besides, making these treks helps pass the time during the ongoing underworld renovations, and I'll be in tip-top shape once they're complete.
Would that we had a little more support. The renovations could have been complete by now. As ever, you think only of yourself. But if you must insist like this, then you will find me waiting for you once you get here. Every single time. Wake up, boy. Darkness. I think this service is where you belong.
Father Goddess is
What do you think, Father?
I think you are wasting your time.
Oh, this isn't a waste of time at all.
Darkness, where are you?
He's trying to respawn.
Darkness. You waste your strength.
I'll take care of this.
Darkness. Your youth provides you with a certain mindless strength, but such power has its limits. You asked for this. Come on. No more.
I'll take care of this. Picked up their scent.
Dragon, see you later.
Blast you, boy. You think you are superior to me? You are a fool. You shall not.
There. Made short work that time.
peace.
Warmer, finally.
Zagreus!
It's only me.
I know how to play that.
So good to see you again, Zagreus. Since last you left, I couldn't help but think the worst about what happened after I had left. Or soon before. You mentioned Nyx. You don't suppose that she and Hades wanted me out of the way?
I just don't think that can be. Though let me ask you, how long did you know Father? And Nyx for that matter. Did they seem trustworthy?
Yes. I knew them long enough to have decided yes, that they were trustworthy. As much as anyone I've ever met. But I also know never to be trusting to a fault. I have to consider the possibility I was deceived.
Especially since neither of them is being forthcoming with me even now, right? And yet, I have this feeling something else is going on, Mother. The way that Father speaks of you, the way Nyx speaks of you, I think they care for you.
Well, they have a funny way of showing it, I think. Your father, so... you have to get through him each time you visit me?
I do. Mother, what if Father thinks that he's protecting you? Have you considered that?
Protecting me? Why, Zagreus, what do you mean by that? As you can see, I can fend for myself.
Well, you're from Olympus, aren't you? But the gods, none of them seem to know you're here. So...
What? How would you know something like that? Zagreus? Ah, curse the fates. You're leaving me again.
I won't be long. Hold that thought, Mother.
Natural causes got you again, huh? That's a real shame. I mean, imagine one day you're just going about your business and then, you're dead. Although I guess you don't have to imagine it like I do.
No. You're back. Hey, tell me something, sir. Any rumors swirling about the house regarding the outcome of a certain interaction I had with my father recently? Involving a great deal of violence? Because I'd like for everyone to know I won.
I wouldn't know of what you mean there, lad. For there are certain subjects so forbidden here right now that not even rumors can take hold. But just between us for the time, congratulations. Truly.
Thank you, sir. I didn't know whether I had it in me. As for the other bit, I'll keep it quiet then, for now. Probably shouldn't be tying my sense of self-worth to praise from friends, acquaintances, and strangers anyway.
Indeed, lad.
You're bound to my domain, boy. I told you, boy. I told you. There's no escape from here. Learn that the hard way, then.
You could have told me more important things. Mother left because she never even knew I was alive, thanks to you. She's got a lot of questions herself, as you can probably imagine. I'm headed back to her. You going to cooperate?
Nonsense. Listen to me. If you have any sense remaining in that head of yours, I caution you not to discuss this here and now.
Let me go. Let me find her. She demands it.
No. I'll hear no demands from you.
Access to the administrative chamber, huh? Orpheus, I saw Eurydice again. I couldn't bring myself to do exactly as you asked. I sort of mentioned you.
You what?
what I meant to say was... Oh, did you perchance get the impression she had harbours toward me feelings of resentment and the like?
You seem to be a bit of a sore subject, yes. What happened to the two of you, if I may ask?
Oh, it's just... I almost saved her soul from this domain back when I lived and breathed. But in the final moments of my rescue, my faith faltered. She is lost to me forever now. Though I'm pleased to hear she isn't lost to you.
I'll have to get to the bottom of this later. Greetings, broker. Good deal. Here's the fee. Contractor, work approved. You've done so much for us, House Contractor. Why don't you do a little something for yourself?
If that mess of a table enhances the contractor's productivity, then so be it.
Approved. Whew, it's a big job having to sweep up after Cerberus sheds everywhere.
Blame yourself for that, not Cerberus.
No sign of Dusa. Freshly caught, just for you, Chef. I'm much obliged.
A word. How is she, child? Queen Persephone, I mean. Has she been well up there in her abode? What is it like?
She's doing well, I think. It's nice to visit her. Her residence is beautiful, a little home nestled amid the cold. All of these plants in bloom, it's difficult even to describe. And very bright as well.
That sounds quite pleasant for someone who values brightness, I suppose. Well then, I trust your visits are worthwhile for the both of you.
They are. What are those shades muttering about? The Mirror of Night. Aegis. Aegis, reveal your secrets. No good.
Hey, boyo. gotta say, you're really getting somewhere, boyo. I'm pretty impressed here. And they don't even pay me to do that. I'm just supposed to stand around.
Appreciate the vote of confidence, mate. Maybe you're right, and someday I'll get out of here. Hey, if I never come back, you won't just be stuck here forever, will you?
That's a good one. No, probably not. Wasn't anything in the old contract about that. Huh. The pain is indescribable.
Blowing out the heat gauge isn't going to do me any favors here. This ought to be interesting.
Your place is here, and nowhere else. The same as it is mine. There's naught of any worth to see beyond this realm besides.
I'll be the judge of that. Lord Dionysus.
As soon as you get up to Olympus, man, it's gonna be a feast like you have never seen. You mark my words. Now take this, and good luck.
Fucked me right up. Time to collect. Witches.
sister Demeter already tried to poison you against me, as I understand, young man. Oh, foster sister, she prefers, I say, loath as she is to accept her role as part of our great family.
The Thunder God's might. Something I can use. You lads again, huh? Anyone else? How about another? And don't come back. Poseidon.
Oh, I thought for certain you were well on your way out of there last time, nephew. But no matter. We'll just get you on another voyage to the top.
Take it.
Within the depths of Tartarus reside the most wretched of all the shades who linger for eternity within the underworld, whose lord and master is especially unkind to those attempting to cheat death.
Lots of wretchedness to go around, I guess.
Dead. Hey, Prince, I heard you showed that Fury sister the what for. Is that the truth? Might explain why I've been left here to my own devices for a change.
I don't think she'll be out of commission for very long. She'd best find you mining that boulder, though at least you managed to catch a break for now. Be seeing you, Sisyphus.
That I can do.
Cheers, mate.
Well, you take care.
Thank you, mate. All tuned up. Couldn't have said it better myself. More. I bet it's Meg again. I'm back.
Damn you for this, Red Blood. You're making me look bad, you know? Making me feel bad.
Alecto, I didn't ask you to repeatedly attempt to kill me. How did you expect me to respond?
You do know what happens when you make me feel bad, don't you?
Can grow even stronger now. Let's think about this.
Kind of a shame that your god meter goes away after every encounter.
Closer to the surface. Clear. Be there soon, Bone Hydra.
leave my troves alone.
You lot, huh?
I should not be the supervisor here.
Earthseed, welcome to Hades. Nice.
Nice.
He said nice.
Moving on.
That's great. Hi Jay, welcome to Hades. Welcome to hell.
Nice.
Wait, have we been up with the death counter? I think we got one. We got one after this.
That's something.
Streams. This is like the 30th run.
Charon's offerings ahead, I guess.
Oh no.
The searing flame and ashes of the river Phlegethon mean nothing to the ferryman.
I do enjoy dead people's fineries.
Break it up, witches.
Titties. That reminds me they like re-released
hard feelings.
in like an HD remaster on Switch. I could probably get that at some point. Very happy.
Say, were you hunting vermin near the surface lately, Zagreus? That's practically just like the real thing. It must have been a thrill.
You wanted to grab the bag? Oops. To be fair, I didn't know that either, so that makes two of us.
Frick.
What?
Mistakes. They were made.
This one. Oh.
Must be Eurydice.
Hey, hon. Hey there, hon. So what do you think? Pretty good tune, right?
Eurydice.
Don't know how come everybody doesn't sing. Lightens the mood, passes the time. What's not to like?
It's a beautiful song. Even though you're angry with him, Orpheus, I mean, you're always singing still.
Oh, it's not Orpheus' song. You kidding me? This one's all mine. He always did like going on about how I'm his muse. Well, that's because I wrote all the songs for him. Bet he didn't mention that, did he?
Well, not exactly in those words, but
I can sing. I don't know about the rest of you people.
Sadly, one of the few instruments I haven't
He
mastered
can
is
be
my
a
own
little
vocal
hard to
cords.
tolerate. A quality I hope isn't going to rub off on any of his mates.
I say that like I'm some
I
sort
should
of
get back to practicing. See ya.
not prophet, prodigy. I can play
Prophet?
stringed instruments.
You got it.
Yeah, that's me.
You're Jesus.
Thanks so much.
Prince is Jesus, guys.
See you next time.
Yep, I'm Jesus now.
Yep.
Let's see how quickly I can slay you all.
Yes.
I'm changing my branding.
Hold up just a sec. I'll get back.
This won't end well for you. Right. Short work. Good enough to eat.
I'm back.
Again.
So, I've told you about my two cats, right? The Miles, the 1-year-old, and like Courage, the 15-year-old.
Yeah, I remember them.
Alright, so of course, Courage is a little less mobile and agile than Miles, but he does seem to be meaner to Miles, or at least I thought so. And so Courage was just walking past him after I pet him, and Miles was like lying in his way. So he tried to walk around, but I saw Miles try to take a swipe at him. So now he's locked up because I thought that Courage was being mean to him, but it turns out it was the other way around.
You touch me and I shall
So
have
now
your
I feel
head.
And I feel bad, but it's like I'm not gonna let him bully this old man. Exactly. He was my first cat. He needs to learn his place.
Oh yeah, that's what you're
See who's coming back. Hey, Kobe. fighting this bone snake. That sounded wrong, I'm sorry.
Oh,
yes.
wait, yeah. This is a really good fight, though. I love the Bone Hunter's design, and I love the laser.
Oh yeah, that. Didn't notice the little horns before.
Yeah, the appearance changes sometimes.
Oh, cool.
I don't know. I'm pretty sure every one like
Oh no, that was it.
No. That's all the heads. Beautiful. All set. In the bag. Must be the last of them.
delicious. Got some zest. Always a pleasure, Charon.
Go haunt some other corner.
I think I'm gonna hop out and probably relax.
Thanks for this.
For a while, but it was nice being on stream with you guys.
Yeah, it was nice talking to you. Have a good night.
Next stream if I can. Good night, y'all.
Good night.
Bye.
Bye.
More chariots.
So, what do you want to talk about while we're here? Oh, hey guys.
Can catch my breath.
Within the delicately hewn constructions of Elysium exist places of peace so utterly serene and absolute as mortal kind is seldom to experience during the average short and often painful coil.
To stay on, but I need to rest because I'm starting to feel tired. I woke up at like, I think 6 today, so. Alright, I'll see if I can rejoin, but thank you for having me. Bye.
Is this really as good as it gets for mortal kind?
Hey, you. Finally awake.
Just what I need. Care for a rematch?
See here, Asterius. The god...
God-hated. You'll have to be more specific. I have the gods on my side. Though, I suppose you do too. Why can't they make up their minds?
made up their minds. They stand united against darkness, as do I. With the exception of Asteria's here, who serves the light. Let's serve it now, my friend. To battle!
Thank you, my fellow shades! Stand and fight! Quit it with your right there, Hellspawn!
That's all for today's show. Must be something I can do with this. Let's think about this. Cut through Elysium. Done. The edge of Father's realm. Fishing point there. Blasted little.
Luffy.
Hey, what's with that Charon, man? He's sort of, I don't know, though I am glad he's been of service.
Cheers to that. Let's take our chances then. Gods grant me strength. Out of me there. Poseidon. Combined power. Which tunnel?
satyr sack. The power of the gods. A sack fit for a huge three-headed hound. Should I go fight some satyrs or get out of here?
The Guardian of Hell itself decides the time has come for a short break and snack.
Thank you, boy. Into the cold. Every blasted time.
Ah, but there you are, boy, finally. Despite my knowing you are always late for everything, here you've outdone yourself by quite some time.
Oh, shut up and get your fork. And burn away that regal cape and let's get to this then. I'd no idea you had all these capes to spare. Must have a whole entire storage chamber full of them.
Your mockery of me may temporarily embolden you, but achieves nothing useful in the end.
Quit it with this, father. Need help with something, father?
I don't appreciate this, Brother Poseidon. It's even crueler than the one you know. Are you yet satisfied?
Bye. Now that was quick. This can unlock a hidden aspect of my weapons. Beyond the frozen overlook and all that. So much water. Uncle Poseidon's realm. I'm here.
Oh, it's you.
I'm back.
Son, I have to ask you, how much do you know about your relatives upon Olympus?
I think I know quite a bit by now. I've been in steady contact with Athena, Zeus, and other members of the family ever since I first left Father's house. They've been assisting me in getting here.
No. Zagreus, what have you done? You've led them here?
No, they think I'm trying to escape from Father so that I can join them on their mountaintop. At least I think that's what they think. Most of them anyway.
But then, does Hades know of this? That Olympus is involved?
He does. Both he and Nyx. In fact, it's Nyx who put me and Olympus into contact. I could never have broken free of the underworld if not for their help.
So Nyx and Hades are against each other then? And Olympus is helping you? But they don't know I'm here as far as you're aware.
That's right, more or less. Nyx and Father seem to put up with each other. Don't seem to have much of a choice. Though ever since I learned of you, Nyx has been helping me to find you, while Father's tried to stop me.
That fool. What was he thinking? What is he thinking? Do you suppose he thinks that he's protecting me from them? Oh no.
I think maybe he does think so indeed. Because now having met my relatives upon Olympus, I can definitely see that they can be a bit vindictive about things.
Vindictiveness runs in the family, my son. Then if Olympus is involved, that would explain a lot. I'm here, not there with them, as you can see. But, oh, it seems we'll have to speak some more when next you return.
When I return...
Well, this is going to be awkward.
What? What? Darn natural causes got you once again there, didn't they? Well, you show 'em next time. Would you do that for me, huh?
Sure.
He's done it, Cerberus.
So, you can tell me in due time if you decide to, lad. But I do have a question, same as you did, going into this. Why did she leave? Why did she leave you in particular?
It's that she didn't even know I was alive. Sounds as though Nyx revived me sometime after I was born, but by that point, Mother had already left, and they let her be. For reasons I am trying to find out.
Ah, that's quite a bit to take in there. And it explains more than a bit, I think. Look, I'm not one to speculate too much. I trust you'll find the answers that you seek as you proceed.
Thanks, sir. I found her, boy. My mother. Persephone, you remember her, don't you? She was pleased to hear about you. But I couldn't stay for long, and I have to find her again. So, guess I'll see you at the temple then.
The ghoulish features of the much reviled Hound of Hell all soften instantly upon the mention of a certain name. Briefly then, the monster is at peace.
You're my good boy, yes you are.
My records indicate that you've collected earnings based on some of your accomplishments there, boy. I suppose you need an income of your own, having decided to cut ties and all.
What, you mean the bounties that you've offered up to anybody capable of beating Meg and all your other guardians out there? Don't you think that puts a lot of undue pressure on them, knowing that you've turned them into targets?
They must do better than they have, else they shall be replaced. If they're to grow in their respective roles, they have to know their weaknesses. And so do I. That you collect the bounties for it matters not.
What about the bounties for vanquishing you? Who's your replacement going to be?
Enough. Get out.
How about this, contractor? Father always said if I wanted privilege access again, I'd have to earn it.
Do not touch anything again in the administrative chamber.
Never thought I'd come back here again.
The cool, purified waters of the Styx are available in limitless supply to all servants of the God of the Dead, authorized to work endlessly within the House Administrative Chamber.
The job's #1 perk. No thanks. Every one of my escape attempts. Not a good time. Ugh. Just minding my own business. Boone Records. Aspects of my weapons.
The administrative chambers, ever-working shades, remain utterly dedicated to their thankless toil, all because of an inspiring rendition of how dedicated they ideally should be.
Everybody hang in there.
Those shades are always milling about. Where'd Orpheus go? Hey, that sounds handy there.
Why are you here?
Oh.
What's in stock?
Prince? The way you look so sad sometimes when you come back in here out of the pool of sticks. Is everything okay? Because if there was something I could do...
Oh, it's nothing for you to be concerned about, Dusa. I'm just having a harder time fighting my blasted way out of this place than I anticipated. If you'll excuse my language.
Oh, This is silly, but I had no idea anybody could be you. I mean, the prince? Greater than the mighty Achilles, more cunning than his father, faster than Hermes? But you're just struggling, like me?
I am. And that stuff you heard about me isn't true.
Oh.
I'll buy that. Extra keys.
So, Zagreus, how's it going with that pact of punishment you signed? You've made some meaningful improvements to the underworld.
I'll fight my way out of this place or earn it. Pact is nothing to me other than a way to keep things lively.
You are delusional. I'll never understand you or your father. Anyway, if you're looking for more punishment, you know where to find me.
I do indeed. Nyx, my mother was quite concerned to learn Olympus has been aiding me. Haven't you put her in danger by involving them? Was there no other way?
No, there was not. She has been in danger all along. I concealed her, yes, even from me. But it is not enough. I do not think that you could have found her without the Olympians. And if I did not reveal your existence to them, if they discovered who you are, it would be worse.
Ugh, what a mess. How are we going to fix this?
The Olympians maintain belief that you are trying to reach them. I trust we can sustain this understanding for a long, long time. Perhaps not forever, but long enough to discover a solution. Perhaps with your birth mother's help.
I'll be careful. Power.
Get a load of them prizes over there.
What's all this?
Well, pal, you have come a pretty long way, let me tell you. I think most of the smarts I've picked up you know by now. And so, if I'm fresh out of tips for you, I guess there's only one thing left to do.
Stand there eternally to be wailed upon at my whim using whichever weapon suits me at the time.
Yep, now hop to it. Nah, that was nothing.
Let's test the bond between us.
Your shield's looking pretty decent, pal.
Feels so good 素敵なアフタヌーンプラチナみんな yeah 固めて転がす I love you いつでも smile for you 君だけにラム Hey so 頑張らなくちゃお揃いの T シャツ 手編みのマフラーと ハートウォーミン目白押し Say goodbye バイバイみんな固めてしまいましょう奮発しちゃいますこんな日は歌って踊ろうし
みた勢い余って飛んでみたよっヘラ押してみた引いてみた力の限り投げてみたぶつかった弾かれたものすごい衝撃が走ったゴールは果てしなく遠かった進むことをやめなかったいつまでも転がし続けた人として大きく成長したいろんなことに気がついたみんなが一つになった笑顔が街にあふれくだらない悪意が影を潜めたチゲだファンキーだみんな黙って俺についてこいイエチゲだファンキーだみんな必死で俺についてこいカモチゲだファンキーだみんな黙って俺についてこいイエチゲだファンキーだみんな必死で俺についてこいカモチゲだファンキーだみんな黙って俺についてこいイエチゲだファンキーだみんな必死で俺についてこいカモチゲだファンキーだみんな黙って俺についてこいイエチゲだファンキーだみんな必死で俺についてこいカモン打ち負けたへこたれた力なさに絶望を感じたは拗ねてみた落ち込んだ悔しくてとことん泣いてみたカモン考えた寝転んだ空見て落ち着きを取り戻した眺めてた目に入れた空にかぶ月が眩しかったでかくした育んだ大きな綺麗な星にしたよゲラ頑張った努力したありったけの力を出し切ったよ危機感を感じ立ち上がる心の壁を取り払い自由なマインドと溢れるソウルスピリットを心に宿した力を合わせて頑張れるみんなで一つのことを成し遂げるためにお互いを褒めたたいた今までより一回り大きくなったネガティブな話題を口にするな辛くても進むことをやめるんじゃないピースなバイブレーションでアークを描きこのアースに負けないオブジェを作れチゲだファンキーだみんな黙って俺についてこいイエチゲだファンキーだみんな必死で俺についてこいカモチゲだファンキーだみんな黙って俺についてこいイエチゲだファンキーだみんな必死で俺についてこいカモチゲだファンキーだみんな黙って俺についてこいイエチゲだファンキーだみんな必死で俺についてこいカモチゲだファンキーだみんな黙って俺についてこいイエチゲだファンキーだみんな必死で俺についてこいカモン